Welcome back for the second session where we ask, how does post-pandemic recovery look like? We will hear from our speakers who will touch upon issues such as preventing future pandemics and the role of workers and youth in the recovery to a new normal. To kick off this panel, we have Philip Limbury with us live from the UK. He is the Global Chief Executive Officer at Compassion in World Farming and the Vice President of Eurogroup for Animals, Brussels. Philip has worked extensively on animal welfare issues, wildlife, and the environment for 25 years. The screen is now yours, Philip.
Ella, thank you so much, and it's a real pleasure to be part of this conference. Thank you so much for inviting me. As countries start to emerge from COVID-induced lockdown, what has become particularly clear is that the coronavirus pandemic has shown how fragile our society really is, and that for the sake of a decent tomorrow, I believe big changes are needed today. Whilst COVID-19 is widely seen as having emanated from China's wet markets and the illegal consumption of wildlife, it is but the latest disease to emerge from our appalling treatment of animals. Industrial agriculture, where thousands of animals are caged, crammed and confined, provides the perfect breeding ground for disease. Highly pathogenic strains of avian influenza or swine flu are but two examples. The latter causing a pandemic only a decade ago, killing up to 500,000 people. Industrial agriculture is not only the biggest cause of animal cruelty on the planet, it's a major driver of deforestation, pollution, and decline in the world's wildlife. 40% of our entire grain harvest is fed to industrially reared animals. Globally, if all of that crop were put into one field, it would cover an area the size of the entire European Union, or half the United States of America. If that grain were fed directly to people, it would be enough to sustain 4 billion of us. Yet, as animal feed, much of the food value is lost in terms of both calories and protein in conversion to meat, milk, and eggs. Food and farming are cross-cutting issues, therefore, that connect many of the world's most serious environmental, sustainability and health challenges. Nearly 2/3 of threatened species are in danger because of expansion and intensification of agriculture. And if we don't do something about the world's runaway demand for meat and dairy, then by 2050, our food alone could trigger catastrophic climate change. In this age of climate and biodiversity emergency, a whole food system is needed if we're going to tackle these increasing challenges facing humanity. Multidimensional challenges of producing sufficient nutritious food and making it available and affordable for everyone, everywhere, without exceeding planetary boundaries. There is a growing need for a wholesale move away from unsustainable industrial farming toward what I see as a future-fit food system based on regenerative agriculture. In the words of the United Nations, we need to seize this moment to build back better. To me, this means we need to reset the way we view animals, both farmed and wild, and recreate more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive societies. It goes without saying that we need to achieve this whilst ensuring fair livelihoods and the well-being of all producers and workers in the food supply chain. To me, that includes indigenous communities. The crucial thing for genuine sustainability is that farming works in harmony with nature. And this is something which I've seen for myself all around the world. I've seen an up-and-coming farmer, for example, in South Africa, with chickens that follow cows in his mixed rotation. There's no need for antibiotics as the animals are naturally healthy. And the chickens pick the bugs out of the cow pats. In the US, I know of farmers that are looking after their soil by keeping it covered and avoiding ploughing the soil. And in the UK, I've seen cattle and pigs together in the same fields, grazing on herb-rich pastures. In these scenarios, there's no need for lots of chemical fertilizers or pesticides or antibiotics. Soils are fertilized naturally. Insect and weed pests are kept at bay by the diversity of crops and animals, and everything stays more naturally healthy. And the great thing about this regenerative, restorative agriculture is that it doesn't need lots of money. It's a perfect way for young people to get involved in creating the future of food and farming. So, returning to the global response to COVID-19, governments have acted fast to protect people. But that stands in stark contrast to efforts on factory farming, climate change, the collapse of nature, our soils and wildlife. When COVID is beaten, let's join hands and go forward to a new future. Let's not go back to business as usual. Let's join hands together in global action to move from damaging industrial farming practices in favor of regenerative food without factory farming and with much less dependence on resource-sapping intensive animal products. I very much look forward to working with you all towards a global action plan, a global agreement to build back better for animals, people, and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Hadia Sherazi. Her research and advocacy work focuses on the intersection of sustainability, climate change, disaster risk reduction, gender, peace, and security. She is live with us now from New York.
Thank you so much, Ella. Your Excellencies, the Minister for Climate and Environment Norway, Madam Undersecretary General of the UN and UNEP Executive Director, and colleagues from major groups, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, and to the children and youth of the world, I wish you a good day from New York City in the United States of America. Today, I am honored to be speaking on behalf of the Major Group for Children and Youth, the official youth constituency to United Nations Environment Programme. MGCY is a purely youth and volunteer-led engagement mechanism of civil society towards the UN. We comprise of over 7,000 youth organizations, and UNEP MGCY is a platform through which more than 250 youth environment organizations and youth advocates from all around the world engage in official environmental negotiations at the UN level and with UNEP and many other agencies. My special thanks to our global focal points, Teresa and Ugratna, for their tireless advocacy and energy to ensure that children and youth are represented in all dialogues and processes. I also address you all today as a member of the global youth population, over 1.5 billion young people, as a former two-term UN ECOSOC youth delegate and an ambassador for the One campaign in Girl Rising. But most importantly, my voice here today is a representation of the many generations that will inherit the outcomes of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and the Paris Agreement. I also address you as a proud New Yorker, resident in the Empire State in the United States, and a citizen of a Commonwealth country, Pakistan. For the past 3 months, I have had a front row seat to the COVID-19 crisis in New York City, one of the epicenters of the global pandemic. All around the world, millions of children and youth have been impacted in numerous ways. In addition to being vulnerable to COVID-19, millions have seen interruptions to their schooling, training, and employment opportunities. The sobering reality is deeply, deeply painful. At the same time, it is a clear, resounding call to action. There is no going back to business as usual. Business as usual was not working, and it was certainly not working for the poorest, most vulnerable, and most disadvantaged among us, youth and children being especially vulnerable. The pandemic ripped off facades around the world and revealed the deep fault lines and gaping cracks in the foundations and assumptions upon which we had built our lives and our socioeconomic systems. and it revealed our individual and collective global fragility. Yet, in this heartbreak and sorrow, there is unmistakable hope in the resiliency and energies of children and youth. And so today we present three main features for what will be critical in the Building Back Better phase. Number one, the last must be the first. Our cities, our economies, our infrastructure, they are not built with consideration for the most vulnerable among us. COVID-19 amplified the disadvantages of those who are already left behind in the business as usual paradigm, especially true for 1.5 children and youth. Children and youth who are over 50% of all people living in poverty today, who do not have access to healthcare, experience food insecurity, homelessness, face abuse, and they are also disadvantaged by energy poverty and have no access to the internet. Millions of children and youth with disabilities are also at a greater risk for marginalization. And all of these disadvantages are amplified when COVID-19 necessitated the closure of schools, after-school programs, libraries, museums, parks, food pantries, and soup kitchens. Youth are also going to be 3 times more likely to be unemployed in the aftermath of the pandemic. Yet they have also been among the most resilient in terms of their active service to help the more vulnerable in their own communities. As we begin the journey to UNEA 5 and start to build back better, especially with a view to COP26, I urge your excellencies and colleagues to insist that those that have been the last among us be the first in our minds and reflected in the priorities as we collectively negotiate how we will build back better. Second, future-proofing our world is not possible without paying attention to the important need of mental health support, which must be prioritized and repositioned as a necessity. As we draw up the blueprint for building back better, we must commit to earmarking sizable funding at the IGO level, at the national and local level, to attend to the long-term academic and mental health impact and consequences of the lockdown on children and youth. As COVID-19 presents a serious risk to multiple generations of children and youth. These are the generations that will receive the baton of sustainability and climate action from our generation, and we cannot afford to shortchange them in their recovery from this pandemic. Finally, in conclusion, I would like to say that the global pandemic is a clear call for us to reach deep down within ourselves to find the very best of our humanity, and step up to serve. We must build back better because we know better. It is time to live in nature, it is time for equality and justice, and it's time for you to leave on building the future we will inherit. Thank you for your kind attention, Your Excellencies and colleagues. We hope that you will include youth voices in all discussions and deliberations leading up to UNEA 5 and on the road to building back better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker in this panel is Francis Kim Upke, who is Director of Economic and Social Policy at the International Trade Union Confederation in Asia Pacific. He works to ensure that the social dimension of globalization, including decent work and fundamental workers' rights, is right at the center of decision-making. And he will give us the trade union perspective. The screen is yours.
Thank you, Ella, for inviting trade union and workers to this very interesting and important session today. First of all, I would like to highlight, as many people believe, that current global health and economic crisis is deeply rooted in failure and deficit in our economic and social development today, increasing inequality, discrimination, climate change, to name a few. And by and large, these failures and deficits are attributable to decent work deficit with growing vulnerability and informality in employment, rampant violation of workers' rights, inadequate social protection, including public health and care services, no genuine social dialogue, and a lack of occupational health and safety measure. Before the pandemic, there were already 2 billion informal workers, 630 million workers in poverty, 267 million young people in no employment, education, and training, and almost 3 million workers to be killed every year by workplace accidents and work-related diseases. Many people already predicted that the world was walking into another crisis before. Therefore, it is clear that the path of our recovery should be towards a new, better, and green normal with decent work, totally away from the current economic and development regime. Unfortunately, we need to start our journey from much direr labor market situation due to the pandemic. The total estimated job losses in the second quarter of this year would be 305 million full-time jobs. And there would be US $3.4 trillion wage income loss this year. More than 1.6 billion informal workers are impacted by lockdown, and 1 in 6 young workers have stopped their work since the onset of the pandemic. Therefore, it is urgently required to put decent work at the center of recovery with employment retention and creation of quality, secure, environmentally sustainable, and resilient jobs. And it is exactly the same pathway to realize just transition of workforce, considering that 1.2 billion jobs, mostly informal, are directly depending on ecosystem services. And we expect that 24 million net job creation by 2030 could be made in new and green economy. Hence, the decent work towards just transition of workforce should be at the center of reconstruction of post-pandemic, truly inclusive, sustainable, and resilient. And we are at the crucial juncture whether we can make it or not. Of course, just transition is not a straightforward issue, as it requires a comprehensive economy-wide plan with policy coherence, institutional arrangement developed through social dialogue towards a future where all jobs are green and decent, emission is at net zero, poverty is eradicated, and communities are resilient. In this regard, amid the pandemic, we need governments to further their income support and employment retention measures, including training and education, to mitigate impacts of the COVID-19 force. We also need, without delay, to have social dialogue to expand social protection for all in a post-pandemic, and also to introduce their commitment to just transition in their climate plan, including occupational health and safety policy, macroeconomics, industrial sectoral policies for just transition, active labor market policies for workers and community in transition, and so on. However, the ITUC survey with 130 national trade union centers in 100 countries show that governments in 37 countries are responding badly to the needs of workers affected by the virus. Furthermore, instead of dialogue, we can see serious attacks on human and labor rights, such as draconian labor law changes in India and anti-terrorism law in the Philippines. There have been a large number of frontline workers to contain the virus, as well as to sustain our economy during lockdowns at great risk with chronic underinvestment in necessary public services, as well as no clear occupational health and safety measures. Our affiliates has been working hard on the front line to protect workers' lives and livelihoods by introducing relief programs for vulnerable workers and their families, occupational health and safety measures for workers in workplace, activities for employment and income protection. For example, struggle for paid leave, awareness campaign, distribution of PPEs, and the conversion of production line to produce PPEs. The ITUC have ramped up the campaign on just transition this year to raise our climate ambition with our affiliate to demand government inclusion of just transition of workforce in their nationally determined contributions based on social dialogue. We also hold on 24th of June, the Global Day of Action onto climate and employment proof our work for trade unions at all levels to invite employers and all stakeholders to share a conversation to discuss the plan for resilient and sustainable business, including safety, jobs, emission, a secure pathway for the future. Your participation would be much appreciated. Thank you.
감사합니다. To conclude this session, each of the panelists will now be given 2 minutes to make their final remarks. So, if Philip, you would like to start, then the others will follow directly.
Thank you so much, and it was great to hear Hadia and Francis. And I think that Hadia's point is well made, that 1.5 billion young people will inherit the outcomes of the 2030 SDGs. And what's really crucial with those SDGs is that we reform the food system away from the current wasteful, destructive, industrial way of producing food. I was particularly struck by Francis' talk also about the need to provide jobs and livelihoods for people in the future. And to me, these things all come together, because moving to a regenerative food system without industrial agriculture, with animals kept in cages, crates and confinement, moving away from that to a more land-based model in harmony with nature, helps us to build back better. It helps us to build that new green and more resilient economy that's so needed following COVID-19 pandemic. And I believe that it will help with creating jobs and livelihoods, because industrial agriculture is essentially replacing jobs with capital. Intensive agriculture uses chemicals and machines rather than people. So moving away to that regenerative food system will help to create that better future in ways that protect the future of today's youth and tomorrow's children, ensuring that this generation leaves a decent planet as a legacy for the next generation and the next generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ella, and thank you, Philip and Francis, for your comments as well. Much appreciated. I would like to say something that I think that millions of children and youth around the world who love sports will agree with. You practice like you play, because you will play like you practiced. And I use this as an example because as we build back better, let us practice like we will play in 2030, because we will undoubtedly play in 2030 like we were allowed to practice in 2020. And we must practice and include children and youth in all that we do as a collective human society. Everything that we do every single day between now and 2030 counts towards whether or not we will be able to deliver on our goals. And we absolutely cannot afford to squander the harsh and punishing and painful lessons of COVID-19. We cannot afford further delays in rapidly deploying all our energies and efforts towards building a resilient, sustainable, and equitable circular carbon economy. And we cannot do this without children and youth. And so I would say to all the major groups, and I would say to the organizers of this event and to your excellencies, please do consider us not just as another stakeholder group, but truly as the future of the world, the future of human society, and in terms of the legacy that you would like to leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Philip and Hadia, for your very informative, interesting interventions. I learned a lot from your interventions, and I would like to share, yes, the just transition, it cannot be achieved by workers group. We need a great participation of various stakeholders, including youth representatives, and also the group to work for this farming industry. And I just want to share that the young people are actually major victim of this pandemic, not because of the pandemic itself, but because of the vulnerable situation they already had before the pandemic. So that can be improved by the trade union participants, trade union, and their trade unions or organizing young workers in the trade union movement. And also we can make them to raise their voices within the trade union movement. That's quite important for us. And also I would like to emphasize the importance of this organizing the farming industry, the workers in the farming industry. And I really love to see the great collaboration and cooperation with you. Thank you.
Thank you all. What a great way to broaden our perspectives and prepare for the breakout sessions on health and environment. You have all been assigned a breakout session, and you will find it on the platform if you are a logged in participant. And remember, if you face any technical issues, please just press the assistance button and you will get some help. Welcome back for our third session of the day. The panel on ecosystem restoration, biodiversity, and development, where we ask the question, how can we have development in harmony with nature? Our speakers will highlight positive examples as well as challenges. Live with us from Colombia, we have Isis Alvarez. Isis is a biologist working for the Global Forest Coalition as the coordinator of the Unsustainable Livestock Campaign and senior gender advisor. She has played an active role with the Women's Major Group and continues to address and advocate for gender aspects in forest conservation policy. The screen is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So thank you for the invitation and the opportunity. I'll be very brief. Unfortunately, the time is very short. So first of all, to answer to the question, we do need to think about what really development means. Development for what and who benefits from it. So far, it is clear that the notion that we have of development hasn't worked, and it has been the opposite of a harmonic relationship with nature. We need to revert what has been done and rethink development, but also make clear what nature-based solutions are and all other solutions that are being offered. Perhaps it would be accurate to say that this inequitable development model that we have followed so far has brought us to where we are in the middle of a pandemic. And it's interesting to see how a virus stopped the world, which didn't manage to do the climate negotiations that have been happening for over 20 years. It seemed that it would have been impossible to stop industries, to stop people, to stop greenhouse gas emissions, but it happened. So we know that it is possible, and we know that this needs to be evaluated in the context of the unsustainable lifestyle model that we have been following. So living in harmony with nature means doing things differently. For example, living in harmony with nature doesn't mean that polluting here can then go and be compensated elsewhere. Deforesting real forests to make way for fake forests or monoculture tree plantations at a commercial level, it is not living in harmony with nature. It is harmful for peoples and the environment, and there's plenty of evidence to show this. So living in harmony with nature does not allow for destruction and human rights violations for profit. We cannot continue to give priority to the economic pillar of sustainable development while having the social and environmental pillars as mere accessories. There are three cases that I would like to refer to, both challenges and other examples of alternatives. So there are three so-called nature-based solutions that are actually not nature-based solutions. My question is actually where the money is going, the development and conservation money is going. Is it actually the places where conservation, ecosystem restoration, and biodiversity conservation is happening? So if we look at the Arbaro Fund example, which is an investment company that receives money from the Green Climate Fund, we see that this project aimed at carbon offsets, emissions trading, and monoculture tree plantations as part of afforestation and reforestation initiatives is very doubtful. There's $200 million going from the GCF, and there's other sources of money that includes public money that is going to commercial monoculture tree plantations. They aim to create 7,500 hectares of these eucalyptus plantations in countries like Paraguay and Uganda that have already had problems with commercial plantations in their territories, especially for water impacts, soil degradation, and most importantly, displacement of communities, human rights violations, and conflicts. They claim that they will capture 20 million tons of carbon, but this is very doubtful due to several factors. After 15 years, when the project ends, there is no accountability. Nobody knows what's going to happen, and there is no direct accountability to the GCF because Albaro has direct contracts with separate companies that nobody knows, and nobody knows the places where they will be doing these projects. So it would be entirely up to Albaro. And so because of this lack of accountability, we cannot be sure that there won't be any impacts on communities or biodiversity. Another example is the REDD schemes, reduced emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. After a 10-year review by CIFOR, it was demonstrated that REDD has done very poorly, both in terms of achieving its goals and the so-called co-benefits. Despite these failings, the UNDP has hurried to describe REDD as a ready-to-go nature-based solution. Furthermore, 56 million are going to be directed on REDD funds to Indonesia as results-based payments because they managed to reduce the emissions in 2017. But in the 3 first months of this year, it was shown that actually it increased substantially. Also, a lot of this REDD money has gone to Brazil. In February 2019, there was 95 million going to Brazil for REDD projects. And in the same year, in the second half, we saw the deforestation the fires in the Amazon that were unprecedented. So I have 30 seconds. I cannot continue to say all I had to say, but I can say that there are local initiatives, women's local initiatives in Paraguay, in Colombia, that with almost less than 1,000 euros are making great examples of food sovereignty, of living in harmony with nature, on climate mitigation and adaptation. Why is the money not there when you can see the results more tangible? Why is the money going? Okay, they have to cut me. Sorry.
Gracias. Our next speaker is with us live from Moscow. Rodion Zulyandziga is the Russian Far East Director of the Center for the Support of Indigenous Peoples of the North and co-chair of the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change. He is working for democracy and Indigenous peoples' rights and is representing the major group of Indigenous people here today. The screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Marta. Bagdifi, and good afternoon to all participants. I'm honored today to participate in the meeting dedicated to such crucial and urgent matter. Pandemic became a massive wake-up call for everyone, governments, economy, business, and public. And it is our duty to respond quickly. With the COVID pandemic and the ongoing climate crisis, nature is sending us a strong message. Is anybody listening? And for answers, it would be wise to turn to the people who have always treated nature as their strongest ally, indigenous communities. Indigenous peoples are positioned at the front line, facing the impacts of climate change while contributing their lives. And the first to face the direct consequences of resource colonialism expansion. They have been guardians of the environment for thousands of years and possess a broad knowledge base of the complex ecological system. They have sound knowledge and intimate relation with nature. And considering themselves as guardians of fragile environment, indigenous peoples feel responsibility to protect world ecosystems. At the same time, indigenous peoples are excluded from many highly centralized decision-making processes, especially at the domestic level. They are one of the least to be heard and included in the process of negotiation on climate change issue. Comprising less than 5% of the world population, indigenous people lands guard as much as 80% of the world biodiversity. Since the traditional lands have often vast natural resources, there is the urge of reconciliation of different interests, the urge of unequal power dynamics and promotion of partnership between government, private sector, NGOs, and disadvantaged communities. It would be particularly crucial to develop a platform that put indigenous initiatives at the forefront of sustainable development and solution agenda, and enable constructive, right-based, multi-stakeholder dialogue between indigenous peoples, authorities, academic and business groups in building and promoting actionable indigenous science. With regards to the positive and challenges example, I would like to bring very shortly 2 cases from my country, Russian Federation. The first one, Bykin National Park, established in 2015 in the Russian Eastern Siberia, has become a strong opportunity for fruitful dialogue with indigenous peoples. Often referred as the Russian Amazon, the Bykin River is the largest area of the intact mix and last virgin cedar broadleaf forest in the Northern Hemisphere, the last habitat of the Amur tiger. In 2018, the World Heritage Committee declared the Bykin National Park and its more than 1 million hectares of the forest as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And the unique feature of this initiative is the creation of direct participation of indigenous peoples based on the free informed consent and direct engagement into the co-management and decision-making. But this case has sadly turned out to be an aberration rather than a rule. As there is an example of direct wrong policy and priorities is a 20,000 tons diesel oil spill into river and tundra of the Arctic Circle happened recently on 29 of May in Taimyr region of the Russian Federation. Greenpeace has already compared it to the last century Exxon Valdez catastrophe in Alaska and the biggest environmental disaster in the Arctic. So this and many other examples suggest that the story of relationship with natural world is a story of both victories and success, and more often a story of failure. But not failure of people's struggles and determination, but the perpetual failure of policy reforms, respect and recognitions. Thus, it is a timely task to design a roadmap of multi-stakeholders partnership that simultaneously fosters economic development, empowers local actors, and conserves traditional indigenous practices, and increase the awareness of interest stakeholders. In conclusion, the answer to the current pandemic is reflected in the commitment to inclusive policies and ensuring the future step for development that must leave no one behind, the commitment of the 2030 SDG. And the promising principles, leaving no one behind, sounds and feel like a starting shot for a long journey. However, nowadays, under the current realities, it is already apparent that not everyone will cross the finishing line. And even if everyone does, and at what cost? Thank you very much.
Azaza. We will now move on to Nolene Nabulivu, who is the co-founder and political advisor for Diverse Voices and Action for Equality. She is an activist and spokesperson on climate change, sustainable development, and gender equality, and she is joining us from Fiji.
Yes, thank you very much. It's about 1 a.m, so excuse me. I'm from a small island state in Fiji, and I'm also part of the Women Defend the Commons Network and the Women's Major Group. The novel COVID-19 virus response is really top of mind right now for the Pacific as it is across the world. And it's because this danger is close to our bodies. It's because of the socioeconomic and ecological consequences and how dire they are if we don't, if we ignore individual and collective strategies. We've also been hit by a tropical cyclone Harold in recent weeks as well. So harmony with nature is never far from our minds in our work. This is about survival. And so I've tried to speak from this reality and to connect it from local and global perspectives. But one of the things I wanted to talk about is just as we ignore or downplay too many other human-created emergencies, and I would include things like the patriarchal war against women's bodies, homophobia and transphobia, climate injustice, all these live poisons that we still see of slavery and the remnants of colonialism and imperialism and our ecocidal behavior that, you know, we're perpetuating on this planet. Even with this pandemic, too many still continue to push the envelope on bad environmental behavior. But I would say that this pandemic has done some things that push us forward. It's never clearer that unsafe, unhealthy ecosystems cause zoonotic diseases, with 75% of emerging human infectious diseases jumping over from other species because of our actions, as we've heard from earlier speakers in other panels. The COVID-19 infection patterns also have revealed that any idea of exceptionalism and rich country security is an illusion. I think we can say that very clearly. My small country, for instance, Fiji, is sitting on 0 infections right now, down from a high of just 18 cases in a population of 1 million since March this year. And I think we also see the New Zealand example and others around the world that show that it's not about size and perhaps military might or any other kind of power, except the ability for us to be able to move very quickly and to work from what works well in our own context. But of course, we worry about secondary infections if we open our external borders now, even as poverty and hunger levels are rising inside our country. So the temporary positive effects on nature when humans are largely absent from these public spaces is also clear. It's startling and it should be humbling, but it remains to be seen that this new hard-won ecological knowledge we now have will translate to a real increase in political will or technical advancement or normative shifts and implementation at the scale of development alternatives that we require. The early signs, to be real, are not encouraging, as too many countries are now rushing to reopen borders for old activities and using economic imperative arguments. So let's get to the change work. What would it really look like on a thriving, ecologically viable planet? Certainly very different to current life, I think all of us would say. The trajectory of work is pretty clear to feminist and progressive movements, but what's really needed is courage and consistency and focus, and of course the resources to get it done, as Isis has also talked about in terms of climate funds and others. What we need is a non-anthropocentric relationship with our surroundings. We need to calculate planetary boundaries. We need evidence-based parameters for any kinds of human actions. We need humans that are committed to nonviolence, to peace building, to restorative justice. We have to get rid of fascism and white supremacy and racism, heteropatriarchy and ableism. They have to be well on their way out, and organized religion has to also look very different to today. Explicit work has to be done on eradication of poverty, inequalities within and between societies. That's why we fought so hard for that SDG. Those are also about environmental justice and tackling the affluenza of the wealthy as much as we tackle poverty. Definitely, we have to rid ourselves of this military-industrial complex and neoliberal capitalist system twin that we find. One of the things that's incredible is that after COVID-19, 500 million more people are expected to be pushed into poverty. Lower income countries are supposed to spend $40 billion on debt payments in this year alone. But every spare penny we have right now is needed for healthcare, for the economic impacts we're finding, for climate change and fixing all these environmental degradation we already had, not for debt. So with hundreds of thousands of others across the world, the Women's Major Group is calling for all global South debt to be cancelled, not just IMF and World Bank debt, but all private sector debt. We need sustainable models of production, consumption, and distribution. We need rewilding of the majority of our planet. We need indigenous land that's been taken forcibly and is unceded. And we need that to also be about protecting and defending indigenous environmental defenders and women in environmental defenders, restitution and attention to loss and damage when no one wants to say the word. We want intersectional and interlinkage frames that feminists and progressive movements have had for years, heterodox and polycentric systemic approaches to development, not to work in the silos as if Geneva and New York and other places are separate in this work, but we are all together. I've got a lot more points that I can't talk about here, but I wanted to say across all of our multilateral work, we know that things like the UN Declaration on the Rights of Peasants and other people working in rural areas is important. We know that the UN binding treaty on business enterprises with respect to human rights is important. Commission on the Status of Women now has work on climate change, biodiversity, environmentalism at every single session. So we're doing it across multilateral spaces. We know we're not hitting the Aichi targets for the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity, but we need to be able to make sure that the Oceans BBNJ regime is there, that we're working on the Treaty of the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. LMMAs are a wonderful example on locally marine managed systems. And just like ISIS, we would say REDD+ is not the way. So as the UN Secretary General himself has warned, human behavior is drastically altering the planet's ability to regulate itself, and this is dramatically impacting us. Stopping this ecocidal trajectory and building ecologically sound, gender-just development alternatives is our highest collective priority. Thank you.
Vakaviti. So to conclude this session, the panelists will be given 2 minutes each to make their final remarks. So Isis, if you would like to start, the others will follow directly.
Yes, thank you. So my final remarks are actually to focus on community-led initiatives. Indigenous peoples, just as Rodion said, have very important alternatives to offer. We have indigenous community conserved areas and territories where these many different ethnic groups around the world have managed to preserve forests, to preserve very valuable ecosystems. There are very few places in the world where these communities can still thrive. They are facing all sorts of threats. I think a lot of what we consider development needs to be rethought, as I said in the beginning, and also rethink how finance is being directed. We need divestment at this point. We need to rethink where the subsidies from the government are going, because in the SDG framework, when they want to work towards, say, SDG on climate change, and they are affecting SDG 15 on forests, for example, then there is a problem. There is a contradiction that is going on right now. It's very clear, it's very evident, and it's also very evident that there is a conflict of interests that is embedded already in a lot of different institutions. And we need to find the ways that that money that is devoted to conservation, that is devoted to climate, is actually reaching the people that really need them, and it's achieving what is meant to solve. Not just offsetting, not just continuing to destruct, but actually to find solutions for the most vulnerable communities and to actually let the planet and the ecosystems thrive, because it is a must for our health. It's not just about something that is out there, it's something that is directly linked to us. Thanks.
Yes, first of all, I would like to thank my distinguished colleague and panelist for their valuable contribution. And in conclusion, I would like to say that, yes, so far we are living in very turbulent and strange and unpredictable time. And all of us were facing with a new global challenge, like COVID-19. But it's also a new opportunity, I believe, for the global society to rethink how the world will be developed in the future based on the sustainable development. From the indigenous prospect, what I would like to share is that the experience of indigenous peoples with destabilized environment may provide a crucial foundation for community-based solution. Other indigenous peoples worldwide, but also contribute to central debate and concept of indigenous and global agenda. Only by granting political and cultural rights, ensuring the preservation of traditional practice and lands, indigenous peoples can play a meaningful role in global disaster management process. And finally, indigenous knowledge of sustainable development represent an ecological alternative to economic progress, which is based on human rights approach that emphasize universality, equality, participation, and accountability. Thank you very much.
So I think very quickly, I think we need to be really honest on what achievements and what gaps we really have in terms of global Earth systems jurisprudence, looking at in law and in practice where we are, and also trying to make our global multilateral accountability framework, you know, particularly in this time and place and with all the troubles that we're seeing in multilateralism around the world, really clear and usable for all of us who are part of this system, not looking at it just as member states based solutions. One of the things that we still do sometimes is that we look at the global goals process of UNEA as being separate from the Sustainable Development Goals. We look at CEDAW and Beijing Platform for Action sets of work as separate, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda and the Oceans Conferences. And I think that one of the things we now know is just as we looked at NGOs as if they're optional in this set of work, it's like we underestimated the frontline care workers before COVID-19. It's they who protected the communities in this pandemic and who still are, not the corporations. They're not optional and neither are we. And the last point I just wanted to make was that what we know for sure, and that's part of the reason why we have to be so present in the meeting this week, is that human species and other species and this living planet has never been more at risk. And so UNEA, if it's going to be successful, has to be a coherent, global, solidarious, multilateral system. It has to be guided by people's movements, women's movements, indigenous peoples, and local communities, or we won't be strong enough for the struggle to come. Thank you.
Thank you all. I hope you will bring all these thoughts and ideas into the group discussions that are now awaiting you in the breakout sessions. You know the drill. You have all been assigned a breakout session, and you will find it on the platform if you are a logged-in participant. And remember, if you face any technical issues, please just press the assistance button and you will get some help. Welcome back for our fourth and final panel of the day. The speakers will share their views on the road to Stockholm plus 50, UNEP at 50, and achieving the SDGs. Involvement and implementation may not be the sexiest part of the agenda, but it might be the most important one. So, to open the discussion, say hello to Jan Gustav Strandenäs. He is a senior advisor at Stakeholder Forum and has played an active role in UNEP processes for 50 plus years. His work focuses on stakeholder engagement in intergovernmental systems and new institutions on sustainable development. And he will be joining us from his living room south of Oslo. The screen is yours, Jan Gustav.
Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator, for the introduction, and good afternoon to everybody. Always ahead of its time and always short of money. This can sum up UNEP's 50-year history. In June of 1972, during its founding conference of UNEP, the participating nations agreed to 26 principles, as relevant today as then. Article 1 states that humanity has the fundamental right to freedom, equality, and adequate conditions of life in an environment of equality that permits a life of dignity and well-being, and humanity bears a solemn responsibility to protect and improve the environment for present and future generations. Being ahead of its time and without sufficient funds or backed by political decisions to implement its findings has been a serious predicament for UNEP since its beginning. UNEP has a solid scientific base and a secretariat with a forward-looking policy pointing to issues of immense importance to the well-being of humanity and the Earth. They have done so often long before issues were taken seriously by decision makers and the public at large. UNEP, for instance, highlighted chemical issues and climate challenges during the 1970s, worked on ecosystems and ecosystem services and on proposals to establish environmental conventions during the 1970s and 1980s, and green economy and green investment at the beginning of this century, all issues which came into fruition only several decades later. UNEP was also the first UN body to take civil society and other stakeholders seriously. The Stockholm Conference experienced a large contingency of NGOs present and active, and this was one of the first conferences to allow the NGO community to meet in dialogue with decision makers, thus establishing a legacy which has been emphasized at key moments in UNEP's history. In the year 2000, the Governing Council of UNEP adopted the so-called Malmö Declaration. With a focus on the development that threatens the environment, it stated that civil society plays a critically important role in addressing environmental issues. A declaration gave civil society an important role also further down, and it stated that the role of civil society at all levels should be strengthened through freedom of access to environmental information to all, broad participation in environmental decision-making, as well as access to justice on environmental issues. Governments should promote conditions to facilitate the ability of all parts of society to have a voice and to play an active role in creating a sustainable future. The same understanding of civil society and stakeholders is reflected in the 2030 agenda. There has never been a shortage of grand words to include civil society and stakeholders. The structures to involve non-state actors in multilateral institutions such as UNEP are in place, but we see structures being eroded in many places. The well-respected organization Civicus, which monitors civil society and how civil society operates, has the last 4 years documented what it calls the shrinking space for civil society. The UN, which in its charter recognizes the NGO as a legitimate player, is no exception. A growing number of member states now view NGOs as a nuisance and have policies obviating the position of NGOs several places. And even UNEP has been challenged, but still remains a body which welcomes the presence and activities of major groups and stakeholders. This must be kept alive for all future. What we can hope for in the future must be strongly linked to what we can and must implement. The UNEP at 50 conference should strive to have strong outcomes. In this, two elements must be in place. UNEP must be adequately funded and civil society and stakeholders must be fully integrated at all levels. It is again time to call for upgrading UNEP to a specialized agency. The proposal was made during the Rio 20 conference. The compromise result was UNEP and UNEA. The reason for not upgrading UNEP to a specialized agency was economic. Saying today that UNEP has the highest global responsibility for the environment and refusing to give it adequate resources is making 50 years of political promises to safeguard the environment into a travesty. Strengthening the science base at UNEP, making sure its reports, such as the GEO reports, remain completely independent, is paramount to the credibility of the organization. This section must be strengthened and aligned with all efforts to implement the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. Green investment and environmental oversight of the economy pioneered by UNEP must continue. The MEAs should be expanded and environmental rights should be developed as additional things of human rights. UNEP as a specialized agency should have a clear mandate and overarching responsibility for the whole of the environment and be an incubator for emerging issues and novel solutions. Implementing existing decisions to include major groups and stakeholders would grant them an unprecedented position in a multilateral intergovernmental organization. The HLPF under UNDESA has today the most inclusive rights for stakeholders in the UN system. This could serve as a model for future position of stakeholders in a specialized agency. I have completed 2 fields of study in my life, one in modern history and one in environmental sciences. As a historian, I will say that we have come a long way in a relatively short time. As an environmentalist, we have not come far enough. Therefore, we must realize urgent actions now. Thank you for your attention.
Tusen tack. Our next speaker is Net Daniel, who is the co-executive director of the ETC Group. She is a researcher with extensive experience in development and policy work on issues in agriculture, agricultural biodiversity, biosafety, climate change, and environmental governance in Southeast Asia. She will be joining us now live from the Philippines. Take it away, Net.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm happy to be part of this panel coming from Southern Philippines, where it rained very hard this evening. And I'm very glad to be with you, Gratna and Jan, in this panel on the road to Stockholm +50. The world has dramatically transformed in the past 50 years, since the Stockholm Conference where Jan Gustav was in 1972 and since the birth of UNEP in 1972. And the world has even transformed even more in the past 50 days since the peak of COVID-19 lockdowns, as many of us have experienced and have witnessed in our different locations and different forms of lockdown. And if we will look closely, critical role of technology is very clear in this transformation. Like if you look at plastic production, it has become much more prevalent, it has become cheaper and much more problematic than it was in 1972 when nobody even realized it's going to be this big of a problem. Technologies like genetic engineering and synthetic biology were not even in the vocabulary in the 1970s. And at the time, Vietnam War was still raging, and at the time Vietnam War ended, UNEP was also instrumental to having a weather modification, environmental modification treaty, which was largely focused on the impact, on the environmental impact of cloud seeding and also other forms of environmental modification. And at that time, no one would have imagined that marine cloud brightening and solar radiation management would be here 50 years down the line. And since then, UNEP as an institution, as a UN agency, has been struggling over the past decade, especially in the past decade, to deal with the impacts of new and emerging technologies and the impact of this on the environment. While UNEP's technology foresight exercises in the past recent years are notable, this has remained limited and remained largely exclusive to a small group of scientists within UNEP and also around its circle. any transformation of environmental governance, whether it goes towards a global governance that would have a UNEP that is a specialized agency, as Jan Gustav was describing earlier, at the global level, should also have a corresponding transformation at the national level to keep up with the challenges of the next 50 years, where the world must tackle the impacts of new and more emerging technologies and more on the environment, and address the interlocking concerns in the environment, human health, food and agriculture, and climate change, where technology fixes are presented as solutions. An earlier panel today has actually described like how these interlocking concerns on environment, human health, food and agriculture, as you can see, and how industrial agriculture has brought us pandemics, zoonotic diseases, and the things that we have been seeing now in COVID-19. So this interlocking concern should be at the core of environmental governance, and that environmental governance should and must tackle impacts on new and emerging technology. Therefore, technology horizon, scanning and evaluation must be part of that environmental governance, and that kind of evaluation and technology horizon scanning must be inclusive, participatory, and should harness diverse sources of knowledge and views, especially by those who will be most impacted by these technologies in this era of the fourth industrial revolution, as the World Economic Forum calls. The COVID-19 crisis has also shaped the means and structures for participation of civil society and social movements in environmental governance, including in shaping the present and future of UNEP and defining a new roadmap for the environment 50 years after Stockholm and 30 years after Rio, just as the responses to the COVID pandemic has shown us. And we've seen, of course, the rise and the ubiquity of digital technology in the past 50, 60 days, more than any time in our lives. But this digital technology could also alienate the South and further marginalize grassroots sectors, especially women whose voices need to be heard even more now and louder. Worldwide, we have to remind ourselves that if you're relying on this kind of technology that enables me to reach out to you from my home in Davao, we have to bear in mind that there are 250 million fewer women than men online, and 327 million fewer women than men who have smartphones and can access the mobile internet. Also, we have to be very responsive to the concerns on the power of big tech companies and ensure that global and regional consultations that would enable us to outreach to CSOs should also take into account that there are infrastructures, capacity, mode, and language barriers for effective participation. Lastly, it is key to effective implementation of SDGs that there is political will to address this multiple crisis and transform statements into action. And this political will that we're talking now in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic should start from the bottom. The milestones and achievements of grassroots movements in driving political will through active involvement in environmental government should bring radical change. We should take stock of the victories of indigenous peoples in territorial rights, and also the ongoing demand of the Pacific peoples and CSOs against deep sea mining, for example. This should be the actual route that should guide political will from bottom up. So these are the key things that we'd like to raise when we talk of environmental governance transformation from Stockholm +50 onward. Thank you.
But definitely not least, we have Ugratna Srivastava, the global focal point for environment, governance, and conservation in the UN Major Group for Youth and Children. She works to engage young people in the design, implementation, monitoring, follow-up, and review of sustainable development policies at all levels. She is now joining us here live from New Delhi. The screen is yours, Ugratna.
Thank you very much, Ella, and it is such an honor to speak with you here, with you today. I would like to start by recalling that we are doing this panel in the context of UNEA 5, where the theme goes on to on nature and SDGs. And for children and youth, climate change and environmental degradation is a matter of justice. It's a matter of intergenerational equity. Those that have contributed often least to the problems, among which children, girl child, continue to bear maximum impacts of this. Young people, especially young migrants, indigenous youth groups, continue to be on front line of these impacts, which only continue to rise every other day. As we move toward Stockholm Plus 50, and anniversaries are of course a great moment for us to reflect and deliberate on where we are. We would like to draw your attention to three key things. The first aspect is how do we increase the relevance of the UNEP in the environmental system as a whole? From being an institution that laid the foundations for SDG Goal 12, that mainstreamed green economy, the success in chemicals and waste agenda, to being an institution that is currently at the moment trying to, at least in our opinion, find a place for itself in the evolving environmental context. We have a lot to reflect upon. Reflect upon successes, on milestones, and what can be done better. UNEP needs to be strengthened as an institution that promotes policy coherence across environmental instruments at all levels, identifies and addresses implementation challenges. This operationally means that the political declaration that is mandated for Stockholm Plus 50 at UNEA 5 needs to call for clear action and coherence across the UN system. This means mainstreaming the MEAs of UNEP, including but not limited to the CMS Convention, the chemicals and waste process, the process on marine litter, the flagship work that UNEP is launching on the UN decade, and range of themes that are incredibly important instead of UNEP trying to only push for certain topics, including climate change, biodiversity, and topics that are frankly covered by many other UN bodies at the same time. This, in the essence, means taking a proactive and an action-oriented approach rather than a reactive approach. Instead of reacting to the narrative that is being set, UNEP and UNEP stakeholders need to build that narrative through a consultative process. Second aspect we want to address is how UNEP itself engages with the stakeholders. Jan Gustav and Netta already provided you a good sort of an overview of what it has done over the years. And our position is simple. Engagement of actors cannot be ad hoc and preferential. You cannot engage a think tank or a group just because you think they are cool, they have resources, they are very present, and you choose not to engage indigenous peoples or farmers because they don't have resources or rights. The engagement of different stakeholders needs to be rights-based, designated, and not contingent upon capacity or resources that a group has. Major group modality obviously provides that within the UNEP system. It is important that this is mainstreamed both within the UNEP and across the environmental agenda that we are seeing. Operationally, again, this means stepping up contributions from member states to support NGOs engagement, engaging major group and stakeholders in the implementation of the UNEA resolutions and reporting these. For those of you following the UNEA process, CPR has set up a reporting portal on how countries are implementing the UNEA resolutions, and major group and stakeholders need to be part of that reporting mechanism. This also means in the lead up to Stockholm Plus 50, providing a designated and unprecedented mobilization from major groups and stakeholders that is led by the major groups themselves. Whether that means a huge civil society major group conference that takes place before Stockholm Plus 50, or a series of events and consultations that are driven by the major groups. And UNEP and its stakeholders have to provide this support for them to make this happen. Children and youth movements still, and this is our third part, continue to search for voice within the system. While over the last 2 years, we have seen young people take to streets calling for climate justice, the spaces for their political participation are continuing to shrink. One could say this is true for broader civil society participation as well. Therefore, as we move to Stockholm Plus 50, we need to shift the narrative of young people and children being the ornaments that you like to see on the panels to increase your social media likes or feel pretty about what you're doing, to empowering them to be the real change makers. And they are already taking actions, from being community leaders to conducting scientific research, from running from office to a young age to being young entrepreneurs, starting their own initiatives. They're generating ripples globally. Operationally, what does it mean? A clear example is the UNEP's midterm strategy 2022 to 2025. It does not have a single reference to youth, children, or young organizations. Is this the UNEP we imagined for the decade of action? For us, we do not. And this needs to be addressed by the members of the Bureau as they meet in the next few days. This also means developing support mechanisms that empower youth-led initiatives, and that UNEP and other UN agencies stop tokenizing young people just because of nature of who they are, whereas they support and mobilize resources for their initiatives to be supported system-wide. As a conclusion, I would like to give a message from my constituency that we cannot go back to normal, because normal was not okay. We often use the word that the system was broken. Well, the system was built this way. And if anything, the Build Back Better pandemic or this response allows us to go is to think where we are heading and to truly develop a response measure where we are structurally including civil society, we are structurally including grassroots and movements in the implementation of these processes, including the local, regional actors through transnational cooperation and provision of resources. Thank you very much.
Dhanyavad. The panelists will now be given 2 minutes each to make their final remarks. So, Jan Gustav, if you would like to start, the two others will follow directly.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I'm interested, and I find it often fascinating that stakeholders often tend to agree on the same lines and on the same basis and the same analysis. And I have just one thing to say about Annette and Jugratna, that I agree with what you've said. I think one thing which is slightly ignored, because we do demand our position, we being stakeholders, demand our position in multilateral systems and multilateral organizations. And I think it's extremely important to have them there, because we are the conduits between the public at large and the delegations and decision makers. And this is often ignored. Another thing which is often ignored is that stakeholders with a good constituency basis know what people want and what people need. And I'm not going to criticize delegates for not understanding the population in the world, but there is a closer link between civil society organizations and their constituency. And then I would say there is also an impending challenge for stakeholders. We demand our position and we need it. But we also need to understand that the partnerships and implementation that is now asked for globally comes with a challenge. We can no longer only be comfortable in our position as watchdogs. We need to understand the ins and outs of concrete implementation of projects. And this is a challenge that we need to take seriously, because in partnerships there are hopefully three elements. It's the civil society stakeholders, it's the authorities, and it's private sector. And we need a very strong position in that. And I think, as Jugratna said, in the MTS, the medium-term strategy and the program works, there needs to be a place for civil society and stakeholders, but we also need to show that we are capable of fulfilling that and challenging whatever needs to be challenged there. And one thing that I need to say inside the institution, I think there is a time and a need for an upgrade of the stakeholder offices at UNEP and not given a secondary position. This is often leading to an undermining of the position and the strength of civil society policies within multilateral systems. And unfortunately, this we see throughout the UN system. It's being downgraded. We need to change that. Otherwise, I think what Jugratna challenged us to do in Stockholm is pertinent and important. Thank you.
Hi. Yes, can you hear me? Hi. Yes, for my last 2 minutes closing statement, I'd like to emphasize 3 points. As we discuss the transformation of environmental governance, when we celebrate or commemorate the 50 years of Stockholm, since Stockholm conference and also the birth of UNEP, we have to bear in mind that there were lessons that the past 50 years have taught us, not just in terms of providing space for civil society at the UN level, but also the fact that the world has changed, and part of this changing world is the reality that you cannot just limit the role of civil society and social movements whenever it's convenient for the UN or for government. Key there is that participation and involvement in meaningful consultation of civil society cannot be just relegated inside boxes and limited inside silos, but should really be wholesale. Like we cannot just be excluded from discussion on science and technology because we're not part of scientific community, or we're not business. And that space has to be provided to civil society. That the discussion of technology governance should involve civil society. The evaluation of new and emerging technology should involve civil society and social movement. Second, there has to be a clear understanding that political will does not come from the sky. It has to be driven from the ground. And here, the issue of political space and also recognition of the efforts and struggles and victories of communities and local communities and indigenous peoples and civil society have to be part of the discussion of governance coming from the ground. So yeah, those are the two things.
Thank you. In conclusion, I would simply say that there are two main points that I want to make, and those of course build off from what Jan Gustav and Netta already made. And I think the first is what informs our road to the next 2 years, whether that is the Stockholm Plus 50 or the medium-term strategy. What informs UNEP's positions or member states' positions on different topics, whether that's food systems, whether that is biodiversity, whether that is science and technology. Are your stakeholders informing them, or are those positions being driven by some sort of a preference or some sort of a mechanism that you feel like is important to you? And I mean, there are clear examples of this, and I'm not, to be very honest, look at the town halls that are taking place in the next 2 days. It's a pity that major groups are not represented in several of these town halls, including the Town Hall on Food Systems Summit, where there is no representative from the farmers major group. Look at how the science policy within the UNEA is organized. The science and technology major group and major groups, all the CSO major groups are not consulted in the organization of those. Same can be said for many other key initiatives and events which frame or which often represent the community voices, but are not genuinely including those community actors in the design of those processes. And I think this is something that has to be evolved. This is something that has to be done better within the UNEP system, and also broader environmental dimension, which UNEP as a custodial agency has to push. The second message I want to convey is a message of hope. While we are pointing out these flaws, it is very clear that the hope is not lost. The international community, again, time and again, has mobilized unprecedented changes. And in the panel earlier on oceans, a colleague talked about how much we have achieved from the Montreal Protocol or chemical waste process. And if you look at what the movements within the food security spaces have achieved, it is incredible. And we can only continue to build on those momentum and make sure that you're integrating children and youth as part of those. Thank you.
Thank you all. Now let's continue to the discussions in groups. Those of you who have been with us all day, you know this by now, but if there are any newcomers, you have all been assigned a breakout session, and you will find it on the platform if you are a logged in participant. Now, after this breakout session, the major groups will convene in separate rooms to develop concrete proposals and key requests. These rooms will open after the breakout sessions, but as you can see in the agenda, there will be a 45-minute break before the meetings start. During this break, it is still possible to use these rooms to communicate with your major group colleagues. And remember, if you face any technical issues, please just press the assistance button and you will get some help. welcome back from your discussions in your major group. We are now very excited to hear from your elected representatives what your concrete proposals and key requests are. And we will start with Teresa Oberhauser, representing Major Group for Children and Youth.
You're alive, Teresa.
Okay, seems like we have some problems with her microphone. So then let's move on to Mrinalini Rai, representing a major group for Indigenous peoples. We are very sorry, we were just facing some technical issues, but let's try again now with Yuyun Ismawati, representing Major Group for Women.
Okay, okay, I'll try. My connection was poor before. Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. Can you hear me clearly? Yes? Okay. Okay, thank you. I would like to start from the last topic in our discussion today regarding the involvement and implementation. We women, Indigenous peoples, peasant farmers, environmental defenders are right holders. UNEA should recognize and the devastating impact of business stakeholders on right holders and the environment. UNEA also need to recognize the conflict interest of UNEP partnerships with polluters because I think we think it's very important to address that. The Women Major Group also thinks that UNEA should recognize and prioritize the right holders and agree on supporting the sustainable community-led solutions. We also call for UNEA to support and facilitate right holders to a meaningful participation to assess and evaluate the impact of new technologies. We also call for UNEA to recognize the gender digital divide. About 327 million fewer women than men have smartphones or access to the internet or digital apps. It's as well as the environmental impact of digital tech, energy use, emissions, and abuse, and so on. We are, as a major group, upset that we have no voice in the town halls next week. This is a lack of meaningful engagement, in our opinion, and limited participations for us never facilitates meaningful stakeholders engagement dialogues with higher stakeholders. So we demand to have a more meaningful engagement and participations for us to have a better dialogue. On the tackling the ocean pollution, Women Major Group strongly support a legally binding treaty for plastic pollution. There is a need also to cover the treaty also to cover phase out of plastic productions at source, especially at the upstream level and the middle stream during the production and manufacturing. Also, we call for more protections and inclusion of the vulnerable populations in the consultation, especially for fish eaters communities in the consultation process. Women Major Group also would like to call for UNEA delegates to enforce the precautionary principles and polluter pays principles in this regard, address and stop other pollutions such as geoengineering. There are lots of geoengineering interventions that need a better assessment before it's implemented, and also to address this deep sea mining and chemicals, hazardous waste dumping to the ocean. All of these linked to environmental health issues and health issues, especially addressing the plastic additives, harmful plastic additives for plastic productions that need to be phased out, and enforce the conventions, other health environmental conventions such as climate change, Basel, Rotterdam, and Minamata conventions into the interventions. Yes, so the next one is on environmental health. We would like to call for UNEA to learn from COVID crisis and make radical changes because it's possible. And we would like to enforce, we would like UNEA also to enforce the existing health environmental conventions and agreements to prevent environmental pollutions related to communicable disease and non-communicable disease. And lastly, we would like to address in the ecosystem restoration, to support community-based and women-led initiatives for ecosystem conservations and decentralized solutions that can be implemented by indigenous people and local communities, and nature-based solutions that currently implemented need to be reviewed and promote and support more sustainable economic activities in the impacted communities in harmony with nature. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Now moving on to Teresa Oberhauser, representing Major Group for Children and Youth.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to get this chance to present the position of the Major Group of Children and Youth. We are very pleased about the advantages that this virtual forum has brought. This format has allowed the major groups to consult with a broader group of people in a more inclusive way while not emitting any additional greenhouse gases. We would appreciate a similar format in the future. We are talking about structural inclusions of major groups so that MJFC, supported by the civil society unit of UNEP, should develop a strategic and systematic preparation for the forum, for stakeholders to be prepared and to be included, and in a way that is similar to member states and not in a minor position. This will allow this forum to develop smarter outcomes and more concrete recommendations to the UNEA Bureau. We would like for MGFC to facilitate that structurally and supported by the civil society unit. We would like to emphasize that the ad hoc open-ended working group for microplastics and marine litter has to be strengthened. We need a structural approach for banning single-use plastic through international environmental legislation. The protections of the oceans has to be more systematically included, should include systematically not only plastic pollution, but also the contamination through chemicals.
I'm there, I'm doing. Okay, great.
Additionally, it has to include indirect pollution through the effects of climate change, for example, oil leakages through melting permafrost. Furthermore, postponed conferences like the UNCBD COP have to receive enough attention and preparation despite COVID-19. Research has shown that higher biodiversity lessens the risk of zoonotic diseases than disease transmissions. We therefore urge UNEA to treat biodiversity as a topic that is crucial to the protection of humanity from pandemics. We emphasize the importance of involving youth in decision-making on health issues. A holistic approach to health is needed. Furthermore, conventions of migratory species and conventions on bats have to be taken into consideration for improving human health, specifically talking about COVID-19, the impact of the pandemic on food security and safety of children and youth and migrant children should not be forgotten. Ecosystem restoration has to be conducted in a way that structurally includes youth as actors within the implementation process. In order to do so, grassroots organizations, local communities, indigenous people, and youth groups have to be empowered through capacity building, and targeted resources have to be provided. To that end, mechanisms like REDD+ and the multi-partner trust fund linked to the strategy of the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration have to be directed at grassroots organizations, local communities, indigenous communities, and youth instead of transnational businesses. We also support the ideas linked to the tackling of ecocide. The past has shown that it is possible to include youth as part of country delegations as negotiators. This is crucial, but it requires respective capacity building and financial support, which we would urge UNEP to help provide. Stockholm at 50 is a crucial event to show that the world that we are aware that there is not much to celebrate, but rather a lot of work to be approached structurally. We therefore urge UNEA to see this meeting as a moment of assessment and reflection on the way to 2030. We emphasize the importance to formulate clear milestones for 2022 that have to be met. We have seen from previous conferences that we don't have time for conferences without clear and far-reaching outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Mrinalini Rai, representing Major Group for Indigenous Peoples.
Can everybody hear me? All right. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I'm Mrinalini Rai, and I'm here on behalf of the Indigenous Peoples Major Group. Starting with how this discussion is going on and looking at what the colleagues have already said, that I share the same aspirations for going forward. Again, just stressing out on something that this year is a super year for nature. And as I said before, the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity's new strategic plan for biodiversity 2011 to 2020 comes to an end this year. There is an ongoing work on developing the post-2020 global biodiversity framework, which is very crucial for the discussion that we are here for today. This is not only limited to UNEA 5, but this is also a framework that is looked at for the aspiration for living in harmony with nature to the 2050 vision. And there is an ongoing work that is going on. And this global framework that will be set until 2050 with actionable targets to 2030 will be approved within the next CBD COP15, which was supposed to take place in September this year. in Kunming, China. But now, because of the pandemic situation, it has been postponed to next year, and the dates are still not yet decided. Now, that discussion is really very important to feed into the UNIA process, because CBD is a binding legal framework. And whereas this framework was supposed to be adopted in September before the UNIA 5, now most probably it will be after the UNIA 5. So I think one of the key aspect that I've been looking into is on the synergies and the complementarities of how these processes would be feeding into each other. This is not only limited for the UNIA's work with the CBD, but also including with the other Rio conventions, the climate and the land, the UNCCD, along with the other MEAs. One of the key aspects that I think one of my colleagues, Rodian, has shared in the previous panel, and I'll be sharing some of the aspects here too, is that one very fundamental work that we have been taking towards the whole environmental, the biodiversity, the climate discussion is human rights. Right to a healthy environment. You're talking about living in harmony with nature. Now there's this whole discussion going around with nature-based solutions. So one crucial fundamental brick that we are really working towards building into the CBD is to have a human rights-based approach to the global biodiversity framework. And the same goes with the UNIA too, the UNEP's overall work. There is now a global agreement that human rights norms apply to a broad spectrum of environmental issues, including biological diversity and healthy ecosystems, the foundation upon which all life depends. And most of the targeted and effective actions being taken to address degradation and unsustainable use of the world's natural resources are embodied in the actions and responses of local communities and of indigenous peoples, including of women. The right to safe, healthy, and clean and sustainable environment, there are about 110 states where this right enjoys a constitutional protection. And, okay. And I think what we're really looking for is that, according to this discussion that has been going around in this meeting, that things like the rights of indigenous peoples is really taken into consideration, not only as recognized, but also looking at how they are part of not only the full and effective participation, but also how their conservation or other discussions around it also have their inputs, including the issue of human rights defenders, looking at UNEP's own work on their environmental defenders policy. I will keep it until here, and I just wanted to do the basic introduction here, and I'll look forward to a further discussion as the time goes by in the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Now over to Ayman Sherkawi, representing NGOs.
Thank you very much. Greetings, everyone. First, we would like to express support for the remarks made in the opening by the Major Group Chair, as well as the UNIA President and the UNEP Executive Director. We particularly appreciated the fact that contributions from the Major Group and stakeholders were recognized as valuable, and that we need to build back better and build back greener. When it comes to the specific consultations that were undertaken today, we'd like to commend the initiative and efforts that were provided by the organizers and support. At the same time, we would like to provide some element of perspective from both a process and substance views. First, those online consultations, while a clear added value, must not be perceived as fully capturing the breadth and depth of insight from civil society in general and NGOs in particular. Information, access, and language barriers remain in existence and have gained new dimensions as well due to our increased reliance on high-end technological tools to connect. We must be cognizant of the risk of increased disconnect and address it accordingly. Second, we feel that the breaking group discussions were a very clear added value and an important opportunity to go in more depth while benefiting from important perspectives from all over the world. We are therefore particularly keen to make sure that the important insights shared in those working groups are captured and fed into the eventual outcomes of the consultations. When it comes to the specific substantive topics discussed, on ocean pollutions, a request that many NGOs shared is a clear mandate for negotiations for a new binding instrument to cover plastics across its life cycle. Several NGOs shared views that the approach must not be singular and also include other ocean pollutants within a larger holistic approach to chemicals and waste management. On health and environment, it is clearly the most relevant topic right now, and we must make sure to meaningfully and explicitly explore that linkage and not miss an opportunity to enact transformational change that leaves no one behind. The current and planned stimulus efforts should not be repeating mistakes from the past, and no investment that harm the environment and climate should be encouraged, and instead, green jobs must be supported and fostered. Local food systems and smallholders must be adequately supported and included in the conversations around food systems. Also, transparencies on chemicals of concern in material flows and transition to agroecology need to be considered. Finally, a one welfare approach is a critical element of the health and environment link, rather than just physical health, but also include mental health as well as all dimensions of welfare. On ecosystem restoration, clearly, there needs to be a balance between maintaining ecosystems and maintaining diversity of ecosystems, as much as possible with indigenous and local species. Some existing institutional arrangements and instruments need to have far more of a concern around environmental justice, verified impact, and good value for local community and the most vulnerable. Finally, NGOs would like to highlight the importance of recognizing legal rights of indigenous people to the land, territories, and resources that they have traditionally owned or occupied. On involvement on implementation, many points have come up, including the following on implementation, involvement, and complexity. On implementation, when it comes to resources, the agenda must be adequately supported going forward, particularly in terms of finance, capacity building, and raising awareness. The UNEP Secretariat must be provided with support and agility that is adequate given the large breadth of work required. It must also be highlighted that there is a positive history coming out of UNEP's achievement, but one that must be linked to ambition as well as implementation, monitoring, and reporting. When it comes to involvement, more seats at the table for additional involvement, keeping in mind that the best way to get more seats is to fill adequately the ones that are already available. We must rise against the disconnect with the grassroots, including by taking into account issues around information and access, such as technical and language barriers. Complexity are also in existence when it comes to linking implementation and involvement. The intergovernmental process is a challenging multi-step process that requires strategic coalition building to link inputs to outputs and income and outcomes that leave no one behind. Everyone needs to know and learn the process so that all of us can work together. There is a bit of a lack of that, and we need more of that. And major groups provide an important opportunity to that in that regard. We thank you for this opportunity and look forward to more engagement and meaningful representation from NGOs, including at the town halls over the next few days. Great evening, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Yunus Ari Khan representing major group for local authorities.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. My name is Yunus Ari Khan from ICLEI Local Governments for Sustainability. I'm happy to report on local authorities major group. At the outset, we'd like to congratulate UN Environment Program for creating this opportunity for an innovative engagement. We know it was hard times, and also the major group facilitating committee to mobilize our constituencies. Today, we were aware there was not too many participation from local authorities major group. Let's be realistic. Local authorities major groups are those networks or representing the local and regional governments around the world, and most of our members are government officials, and for them, engaging in an event on Sunday is a challenge. Maybe for the next years, it may be good to consider that a weekday engagement may be much more appropriate for our engagement in this process. Having said that, among these discussions, it's not the first time we're engaging, so we'd like to, based on our previous consultations with UN and among our networks, I'd like to particularly focus on the last point, the road to 50, UNEA 5, and I will just highlight very brief points on the other topics. On tackling ocean pollution, the land-based pollution is definitely a result of the lack of practices for sustainable consumption. And in that sense, the procurement and management policies of local governments should be enhanced, and their efforts should be supported with appropriate technical resources and technical opportunities and financial resources. There is a particularly challenge for coastal zone municipalities because at the end of the day, they are end of the pipe, so that all the land-based pollutions are coming to their, let's say, jurisdictions. Therefore, additional national and global financial resources should be mobilized for those cities who are expected to resolve all these pollution problems. On the health and environment, as everybody has been addressing, health is lack of our healthy environment is a result of our lack of implementing sustainability and sustainable development goals. In that sense, I think we have to be aware that we need even more emphasis and prioritization of sustainability at all levels. In that sense, I think that is now not a global policy advice from the UN institutions or UN processes, but it is a demand from citizens that everybody is demanding better public transport, better use of 100% renewable resources, or low carbon policies and technologies and social innovation. In the ecosystem restoration, we are aware this year will be super year for nature, and in that sense, UN process on Convention on Biodiversity has one of the most advanced engagement practices for local and subnational governments. We want to continue this process forward, and other UN systems to be inspired by this example, and there will be an effort on this way. On the last point, which I want to reserve most of my remaining time, which is already left very little. This is the year where there is no UN negotiations, no COPs. The next year it will be all of them in the same time. So it's a challenge. Let's make sure that this year's effort is putting much more effort at the national level, because most of the decisions will come from the decisions of the recovery process. So the concept of multi-level governance, we are better off at the UN level, but it's still not very strong in the national level. We are seeing it in America, in Brazil. There's still a resistance for engaging local and regional governments at home very effective. Therefore, UN system could have much more opportunities. In that sense, 2021, as a number of opportunities, we have a relatively progressive G7 and G20 presidencies. We have to make use of the first G20 environmental ministerial this year. For UNEA 5, we would like to have a cities and regions summit much better than UNEA 4. This could be also enhanced by engaging ministers of urbanization. Last week with Global Task Force, UCLG, ICLE, the 3 UN agencies had an experience of ministerial mayors dialogue, and that I think proved to be a very good practice. Once again, my concluding remark is that this year we are also celebrating UN 75. This 75 years of UN shows us that the multi-level collaboration at all levels is the key for success for sustainability at home and globally. In that sense, this year's the key achievement will be the preparation of the nationally determined contributions. The more national governments are better engaging their local and regional governments in the preparations, the better UNAI can prove that this is a success story. In that sense, we as networks of local and regional governments are ready to support UNEA and all the other parties and also especially stakeholders whom we are working at day-to-day basis at home. Therefore, we are happy to be part of this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now over to Bert De Wel, representing Major Group for Workers and Trade Unions.
Thank you very much. So my name is Bert De Wel. I work for the International Trade Union Confederation. We shared a bit the problem of that Yunus was also referring to, that from our group's constituency, motivating them to participate on a Sunday was rather complicated, but we are very happy to participate here and to be able to present our ideas. We are very happy that UN Environment provided the major groups to have these sessions and to present their ideas. And we also are very recognizable to the government of Norway that has organized this session. This is the first time that we do it in a virtual way. It's challenging, but we see that interesting results can come out of it. My comments are mainly based on the session on the post-corona recovery. Of course, unions worldwide are very much dealing with the COVID crisis at this moment. For us, it's very clear that this COVID crisis has exposed like the weaknesses of our system of globalization. It's especially the vulnerable people and the poorest that are the hardest affected. And this is due to the austerity measures that were imposed and that led to underinvestment in healthcare and other care facilities. Also, the deterioration of worker rights makes that many people were left without incomes, without any protection due to the crisis. So this is for us the context that we have to see the environmental challenge at this moment. As Teresa has explained it, it's biological deterioration, the loss of nature that has led to the possibility that these viruses could spread globally. And we need to halt this and have strategies to deal with it. But for us, we are very much convinced that we will never get any environmental sustainability without social justice. Social justice is like the basis to have good environmental policies that will be effective in the end. For us, this is the most challenging for UNEA, how we can introduce these elements in the work that will be done next year. Our colleagues from the indigenous people have referred to human rights as an important part of the negotiations next year. We agree with it completely. For us, worker rights are human rights and they should be included. In the climate negotiations, we have the concept recognized of just transition. Just transition refers to policies that take the impact of environmental degradations on workers and their families and communities into account. And we would think this would also be very necessary to have these aspects clearly introduced in the UNEA negotiations. In fact, doing this, having this social justice link to the environmental negotiations is quite easy. It's very much like the president of the major groups, Mohamed, said at the start of this session. We have to take the Paris Agreement, the Agenda 2030, the Biodiversity Convention. They are all very clear and they guide us out of this recovery and can guarantee that the impact on people are as much limited as possible. And this is necessary to have sufficient support in society for ambitious policies that protect biodiversity, create more nature, and protect the climate. Finally, I would like to build on what we learned during UNEA 4. That's the importance of ocean pollution, as has been indicated also by the Women constituency. We are also very much in defending a legally binding treaty on plastic pollution. We think it's necessary to protect the livelihoods of many peoples and workers around the world. So this is our main point. And I would like to close with this. How our challenge, according to the unions, is how we can introduce social justice as a driver to environmental sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now over to Michelle Tan, representing Major Group for Business and Industry.
Hi, good evening. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can all hear me. I am here to deliver the message of the Business and Industry Major Group from this afternoon session. First, we would like to thank the UN Environment, the Ministry of Climate and Environment of Norway, and all the major groups for making this consultation possible. It is an opportunity for us to tackle issues that will shape how we as a society prepare for what's next and truly protect the nature and biodiversity. Few points from the Business and Industry Major Group on how we're going to address the comments and inputs from the breakout session in this afternoon session is, so we've discussed that today there is a need for a policy framework for private sector engagement. There is a need to establish private sector engagement mechanisms that are open to a range of private sector partners, not only to large corporations, but more importantly to micro, small, and medium enterprise, and bring them along the journey. It was also pointed out that there is a strong need to establish an avenue for business to share best practices and build capacity on environmental, social, and governance disclosure, as this will not only help build transparency, but also build awareness on the issues of sustainable consumption and production, waste management, both upstream and downstream, greenhouse gas emission and its effect, and the overall impact of business to the environment and society. In a summary, I would like to underscore that business and industry would like to be part of the solution, and a clear guidance in developing concrete partnerships with the private sector, providing an enabling environment for inclusive, responsible business and investment, particularly in the sectors, markets, and value chain critical for delivering the SDGs. In behalf of the major group, I thank you and good evening.
Thank you very much. Now, Stephen Steck, representing Major Group for Scientific and Technological Community.
Oh, you hear me? Okay, can you see me as well? Okay, great. Very good. So thank you very much again for this opportunity. It's good to see so many people that are familiar working on these issues. And we are, of course, in support of our fellow major groups, representatives on most, if not all, of their priority issues, from the perspectives that we've also learned from the COVID crisis, that if we intend to build back greener, science and technology are fundamental in avoiding returning to an unsustainable way of production and consumption. And we continually come back to the importance of the science policy interface, which has been emphasized many times in various UNEP decisions and in also the decisions of other related international organizations. So some of the things that we've talked about in the context of this meeting and going forward is the need also to ensure the transfer from the global north to the south and use of traditional and indigenous knowledge in terms of developing policy responses based on knowledge and science. And in addition, south-south mobility of scientists and engineers is very vital to promote the exchange of experience and capacity, which will also work towards greater gender parity in science and technological fields. It has been emphasized also in the opening presentation by the UNEP Executive Director about the role of biodiversity in terms of pushing nature's limit into its limits, backing nature into a corner, and now the result of that to some extent being realized through the pandemic that we're facing today. And of course, we are interested in the scientific community to help protect the rights of indigenous peoples, but also with respect to biodiversity, but also to have a bridge between the legal rights and the indigenous knowledge, how the scientific community can help to protect those rights. Also, it's very important that there be innovation in new sustainable practices in agriculture and production. And the human rights approach can be enhanced with strong evidence-based and knowledge-based policy solutions. One of the challenges that we face is ensuring that we integrate science and nature-based solutions together. We have some ideas about platforms that can be brought forward to do that. We're working on those issues, and we hope to be able to discuss those in greater detail as we move forward. The pandemic has shown to some extent how fragile our society is, and we cannot afford not to be knowledge-based in our responses and in our approaches. But sometimes we as scientists don't always know how to approach either communities or governments, and we are the ones, in some cases, who should be helping those two, communities and governments, to find ways to talk to each other on an evidence-based and knowledge-based platform. So we are interested also to work together with UNEP in developing methods and ways to improve the interface between science, policymakers, and communities, with emphasis on well-being. And another thing I would bring up very much related to this work in general is the field of citizen science. The current pandemic recovery process has shown the importance of citizen science. Citizen science emphasizes collaborative intelligence and co-creation to facilitate scientific and community-based solutions. It also acts across cultures and worldviews to provide active and meaningful ways to integrate local, traditional, and indigenous knowledge. The Science and Technology Major Group, or sometimes we're referred to as the Scientific and Technological Community, should have an important role to play in these issues going forward, also in the preparation of Stockholm Plus 50. We are also hoping to continue our constructive engagement in the GEO processes and other related processes, and in the science business policy forums. Again, we are looking to collaborate and support the priorities of other major groups in all of these areas with the emphasis on the science policy interface. And we look forward to working in partnership with the other major groups as well as with UNEP and governments. And I think that would be concluding the remarks, and I'm looking forward to our further discussions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Last but not least, we have Vali Haider, representing major groups for farmers.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. The Farmer Major Group in UNEA have developed this recommendation and the statement. The food, nutrition and hunger
So it seems like we are facing some technical issues again. I hope we are ready with Vali now.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. This is the challenge of the technology and the pandemic. We are all learning to this. Sorry for the trouble. The food, nutrition and hunger without and with the pandemic. Hunger kills 9 million people everywhere, which is more than AIDS, malaria and TB taken together. In the COVID-19 crisis, the number of people at extreme hunger is projected to double to 265 million in this year. However, with the millions out of jobs and livelihood, we think even this number is underestimated. Majority of these hungry people are small farmers and fishers who, as we see in Global South, are at the brink of the hunger despite a bountiful produce, as they are unable to take their produce to the market. This calls for strengthening local food system, local market and supply chains, and small and women farmers, indigenous people, and fisher folk. They are the resilience against any future pandemic, which climate change threaten very potentially. The focus on business and science is also very concerning, especially since it only highlights the positives, but does not discuss the challenges exposed to livelihood, environment, and society, despite the fact that this concern has been raised by the UNSG many times. We learned by this pandemic that healthy people and healthy ecosystem is become crucial. The policy making should encourage the adoption of sustainable, diverse diet for safe and nutritious food and agriculture based on agroecological principles. Lastly, we urge all the government to take note the following recommendation to address short-term impact and long-term imperatives. Number one, make the best use of crisis by restructuring and reprocessing food system by taking concrete action on systematic issues such as poverty, landlessness, and lack of land ownership of women farmers, poisoning of land, water and food, destruction of biodiversity by monocropping, corporate control, and industrial farming. Adopt a human rights-based framework of governance and underlying accountability to improve resilience of food system by strengthening local food system, which implies improving the condition of rural people, advancing genuine and strengthening agroecological approaches incurred on principle of food sovereignty, and putting appropriate regulatory measures to protect farmer from predatory trade policies, land grabs, adverse impact of technology, including genetic engineering, gene editing, and geoengineering, in order to stop the formation of ocean dead zones, eliminate nutrient pollution of ocean, mainly caused by fertilizer runoff from agriculture field, by using agroecological production methods, avoiding leaving soils bare and restoring vegetation along river course and on interest and wetland. UNEA 5 need to send a clear message to the food system summit planned for 2021. If we don't put our food system on a path of transformation towards agroecology, we will face further mass extinction of animal and plant species, severe impact of climate change hitting the most vulnerable and growing number of hungry people in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much. Behind us, we have hours of interesting and thought-provoking speeches and discussions. All output from the consultation will be gathered in a report and conveyed to the joint preparatory retreat of the Bureau of the UNEA and the Committee of Permanent Representatives on Tuesday. I hope that throughout this consultation, you've gained some new perspectives, chatted with someone you haven't talked to before, and that you now are more prepared for the 5th UNEA coming up next year. We are so grateful for your participation and know that your input today will help ensure a more successful UNEA 5 and strengthen actions for nature to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you all for taking a part in this consultation, and thank you for following the live stream. Hope you all have a good night, morning, or afternoon, depending on your time zone. Thank you very much.